seem to wait for me all night. Drifting out of rain and song, running off the bridge, living on the side, reading your love, this endless
votando, si os parece. Buen día, buenos días a todas las personas que estáis aquí hoy.
Good morning, everyone. The second day of the conference for a circular and competitive economy organized by the City Council of Gavà. Even though it was not streamed yesterday, I want to greet people, the attendants, those who are following us through YouTube. If you want to see it again, to watch it again, you will find it on Gavius EU in YouTube. I guess it must be already uploaded because it is being streamlined. Excuse us for the delay. We wanted to be ready a bit before. And I will give the floor to Jordi Tort as the first deputy mayor. He will be in charge of the opening session. Thank you. Good morning. I will be very brief since the mayor already opened this conference yesterday. I give you our warmest welcome today. We are going to talk about the projects and how we can finance them. I want to thank the European institutions funding this, bringing funds to this project, because sometimes when we want to do things beyond our competencies or when the actions require much money or fundings, sometimes we can't do it. I want to thank you all. Thanks Kim Confil, Director of Urban Innovation Actions, and Hussein, Head of the Secretary of URBACT, and thanks for staying here today with us because the people are helping us to push these projects forward. This allows us to innovate. That's what we like the most at the public administration. I will give the floor to Berlin. I wish you a very nice conference. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much, Jordi. Yesterday we were saying that this rendezvous is well defined. You will have to believe us for our actions and how we can measure these actions. I was listening to someone before saying the fifth conference. Yes, that's it was in 2016 when we started thinking and talking about this important subject, which is already tangible. So they believe us because these ODS caps, I hope we will be able to apply these caps of SDGs. We were exposing several cases of municipalities and cities. Today, it will be a bit similar, but with an international focus. Vice leader of HAPECUS in circular economy. It is deals with having this change leverage, adding up the cities and the industries. The more we are, the better it will be. We're going to celebrate success stories. We want to collect your questions. We are going to do it in two ways. You might be asking your questions after each block, and those following us through the internet, through the EC arroba e-competitive, and we will talk with the hashtag Gavà Circular 22. I want to give our warmest welcome to two people coming from Lille, from France, and they are going to tell us about the European calls, UIA and URBACT. To contextualize it before giving them the floor, UIA is an initiative of the European Commission to face urban challenges for which there are no previous references. Want to break with linear economy, and there is URBACT, a European exchange program which integrates 29 countries and 7,000 local agents. I would like to give the floor to Tim Caulfield, Director of the Urban Innovative Actions, UIA. Welcome. You have the floor, Mr. Caulfield.
Just regarding my presentation, does it? Okay. You have to excuse me a little bit today because I've got a hay fever coming over from France, where there's a lot of pollen at the moment with all the trees, etc., and the grass. I don't know if you've got this problem in the beaches here as much as we have in Lille, but it does get me quite a bit. But anyway, I'm here to talk to you about basically what we are and where we are now in terms of the initiative. So I'll go through that. It'll be about a 10-15 minute presentation. Really also at the end, talking about where our future is as well, because there's going to be quite a few big changes in terms of the future regarding the initiative. So just in terms of UIA, we were there, set up in 2015 to support kind of measurable, sustainable, transferable, but above all, innovative projects. And this innovation was really to ensure that projects that we're delivering were something new, something different, something that can be built on also for others in the future. Trials that haven't happened before, perhaps building on other projects, but really these trials to see if something works or doesn't work. So failure was an aspect also in these projects. These were also collaborative projects, so they had quite a number of partners involved. We had partners, I think it was about 7 to 8 in average, so quite a lot of partners, up to 20, I think, was our biggest partnership. So ones that involved public, private, not-for-profit organisations, education establishments. And when I talk about private, it wasn't just small businesses, but also quite large businesses as well. We were there also to deliver against the kind of European urban agenda. So in our calls, we delivered against 14 topics as set out in the urban agenda. And these were calls at EU level. So when I talk about calls, these projects that we are delivering actually had to show that they were competitive at EU level. So things that were different at EU level, not just in the locality. And these were projects that were quite concrete. So projects could get up to 5 million ERDF. I think the average was around 4 million ERDF. So projects that have to be delivered and show something that was actually tangible at the end of it that then can be emulated by others. In total, we had 372 million euros ERDF, and over 5 calls, we've committed all that funding. And these projects, I said they had to be concrete, something tangible. There's also quite a short time to show if these projects worked or didn't work in terms of a 3-year implementation period. That's changed slightly because of the COVID crisis at the moment, so projects are going a little bit longer than that. But they're really projects that should be up and running quite quickly, showing if they work or, as I said, don't work within a 3-year period. And then another kind of main objective of UIA was, okay, we've tested these kind of new trials. If they have worked, how can we transfer them? How can we extract that knowledge and show others in the European Union what they can do themselves in their own local areas? So it's really a transfer element, and we're entering into that period now. So just where are we regarding our calls? We've got 5 calls, as I said earlier. As I said, it's a competitive process as well. So in total, there was 1,165 projects, and only 86 projects were supported. So these projects that have been supported are really the kind of the breakers into the European Union in terms of the innovation that they held within them. A competitive process that we didn't target local areas at this time, but everybody had a chance to gain funding from the initiative. We've committed all our funding, and also now, as I said, projects are starting to end. They're starting to show that there are some significant results, as you'll see later on in terms of the projects that you see, and who'll be talking about what they've achieved in one of the panels today. In terms of our coverage, at the very start we had, I suppose, quite a lot of Western European countries involved, but over the course of the 5 calls, we've had 19 EU member states, including as well as the UK, who's obviously no longer a member state, so 20 in total implementing innovative actions. So out of 28 member states, 20 were covered within the initiative. 99 cities were covered. We said 86 projects, but some of these projects had 2 urban authorities getting together and working together in close proximity. So 99 EU cities in total were supported. And as I said, partnership is a big element, with 746 partners involved across our 86 projects. So a large amount of partners involved, and 8.6 partners per project on average. And this is what we're funding, and you'll see again, as I said, later on the 3 projects that we'll be presenting to you in terms of Guardian, EPIU and Gavius, what their achievements are and what they are delivering on the ground. But in general, we've had a diversity of innovations. So we have services and innovation, use of technologies, social innovations, financial governance, in terms of the innovations that we're supporting. Also diversity of outputs, whether that's new services, products, processes, new technology platforms that have been developed, new infrastructure, new buildings, but also very much citizen-led approach. So how citizens have collaborated together to really drive forward a citizen-led approach within the towns and cities. And this is in terms of governance. As we've seen in our kind of core projects, these innovations have the potential to be upscaled, have the potential to be sustained, and have the potential to be transferred, which is the next step. And in terms of the next step, also in terms of the new programming period as well. And then also, as I said, this replication, as you see in a minute, this is a key objective now through our knowledge management strategy, where we're trying to collate, analyse and disseminate what has been achieved by the projects, so others can take up these achievements and take up the best practices that have been delivered. Our knowledge management strategy is geared around 3 elements, also working quite closely with URBACT in some of these 3 elements as well. So we have thematic capitalisation, some of it concentrated on the urban agenda themes, but more and more towards the future in terms of future EU policy. So we've done something on housing, which we did in conjunction with URBACT. We've done something on transport mobility as well, which was last year. But now the future, we're looking at just transitions, which is a key policy for the future cohesion funds. We also have what we call operational knowledge. So things that, these are the what, but this is the how of how our projects have done things. So we've done an element on monitoring and evaluation. So how our projects have looked at different ways of monitoring and evaluation of what they are doing and how they're doing it. Again, I talked about the future. We're doing something on integrated approach to territorial development, a key aspect to cohesion policy for the future as well. And finally, we are just launching kind of our COVID-19 operational knowledge, capitalisation, capacity building approach, taking stock of how our projects have delivered during the crisis to be able to look to the future. And if there are crises, I mean, we had 3 in the last 2 years, there will be a lot more probably in the future as well. How projects respond to these crises and deliver in crisis times. So we are able to provide those results and deliver in times that are very difficult for everybody. And then finally, transfer. URBACT have launched a transfer network. Maybe Adele will perhaps touch on this a bit later. But this is really combining with URBACT to use some of the UI projects to transfer the knowledge that they've gained from their implementation within the URBACT transfer networks. So the next step in terms of the projects for us. And then just to the future. So that's what we were aiming to do for UIA, and we're coming to an end in 2024. Now we're going to the new programming period, and we're developing this currently with the European Commission, but also other partners who have been involved in working groups. We've got the regulations that now have been approved, and in Article 12 of the RDF regulations, there's a number of objectives that we're looking to fulfill. And these are to strengthen integrated participatory approaches to sustainable urban development, as well as provide a stronger link to EU policies and in particular to cohesion policy. So what we've built on in the past through UIA, this is the next step now in terms of using the knowledge we've got, but also delivering against these key policy objectives in terms of the regulations. And with this new initiative called the European Urban Initiative, they want to, or the Commission and the European Union want to put together a more coherent support to cities to overcome the current fragmented approach. So basically in the past there's been UIA, there's been URBACT, there's been the Urban Development Network, the European Urban Agenda, and it's actually trying to bring a framework together, a coordinated framework together to deliver against something that is more easy to understand to help cities in their delivery of sustainable urban development. And the next slide shows how this will be set up. So it looks quite complicated. Basically, to be honest, there's 3 strands in the new EUI. It's basically the innovative action strand, which will build on the UIA, so delivering tests, innovative projects. But also there's going to be an embedded transfer element to this, so projects will also have to show within their projects how they're going to transfer and then put together some more transnational partnerships. So up to about 3 partners will be embedded now within the project to look at what's been happening, to see how they can use that in their own local areas, which wasn't the case in the past. There's also the capacity building element. So working with URBACT, there's the capacity building networks that URBACT have been setting up. And then what our secretariat will be looking at, moreover, is the UDN type of activities. So building on what UDN, the Urban Development Network, has done in the past to get cities together and learn from each other in events or in exchanges that they're putting together, particularly related to the sustainable urban development strategies in the regional programs. And also then the third point is the peer-to-peer. So allowing cities to go to other cities and providing funding for that to learn from these other cities, whether that's cities going across to other cities or welcoming cities into their areas. So two types of peer-to-peer learning. And that kind of completes the capacity building activities. And then there's the big knowledge and communication element that we'll be putting together. Again, building on the knowledge management strategy that we've put in place, but making sure that we're putting together particularly cohesion policy or the delivery of cohesion policy urban aspects into a knowledge platform to allow us to disseminate what is going on as a whole, and potentially after that in a few more years actually going further than just cohesion policy to ensure that kind of sustainable urban development and knowledge come from that is captured in one place so people can access easily and cities can use quite easily as well. And then there'll be capitalisation activities. Again, we'll be putting together studies that we've done in the past, building on that, whether that is in the new kind of policy framework as well, and doing kind of capitalisation labs, policy labs, to bring again cities together and learn from best practice, or practices, not necessarily best practice, just practices in general. And as I said, we'll be working together more in partnership this time, so more in partnership with URBACT, but also in partnership with other actors, particularly helping to deliver cohesion policy, whether that's the JRC, whether that is the Committee of the Regions, whether that's the CMR, or whether that's Eurocities as well. And the new management structure is similar to today, but as I said, more in partnership. So you've got the Commission leading on the strategy, the region leading on Hauts-de-France, which currently is leading on the operational aspects, and then a permanent secretary linked to the entrusted entity, which will be ourselves. We're actually expanding from around 15, 17 people to 25 to 30 people to link up with the new strands that we'll be delivering. But as I said, it's all well and good asking our projects to work in partnership, but we should also be setting the kind of agenda for that as well. So working with a steering group, including the partners I mentioned beforehand, to ensure that this coordinated, coherent approach across the urban development, cohesion policy implementation aspects. And then finally, in terms of the future, this is just a kind of a timeline that we're looking at the moment. So the region put in a bid, there was a bid that was published in May 21. The region responded to the tender in July 21. We learnt about it in September was our main kind of kick-off meeting with the Commission, and from September to July we're just contracting now with the Commission and looking at what we have to deliver and how we have to deliver it. So first call will be launched, we're hoping at the end of September in terms of innovative actions. We'll be developing all the concepts for capacity building and knowledge over the course of this year to start delivering really at the start of next year for the other strand. So next year, well, the end of this year, beginning of next year is really the launch of the new EUI. And with that launch, it will be at the Cities Forum planned in Turin. I think it's March 2023. So thank you for inviting me. I know there's people online as well, so happy to speak to you as well online, and look forward to seeing you all in the future under the EUI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you may see in the presentation, we saw many times the word participation. We were talking about that yesterday. It's so important to make the people join what the city is doing. Hemos leído la palabra participación.
About the participation word in your presentation, it is very important. We say that it is important that people can understand that they can participate.
Ella es jefa de unidad de proyectos y programación en la Secretaría de URBACT y con vasta experiencia en la creación de redes y desarrollo.
She's a specialist in the creation of networks and of local development. You have the floor. Tiene la palabra.
So, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you. Nice to see the people in the room. Nice to see the people online. I have my presentation, hopefully, which will appear. So, first of all, I can introduce myself very quickly. So, my name is Adele Bucella, and I work in the URBACT Secretariat. I've been working there for many years. And I'm not going to focus so much on the URBACT program about what we do, because I think many of you already know quite a lot about URBACT, but I'm going to really focus on the future. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. And I think, first of all, what I'd like to say is really to follow on from what Tim introduced. I have a slightly different diagram, perhaps it's an older version, but the messages are the same. The future is, there's a new context in this future. This urban initiative, European Urban Initiative, is framing the urban policy at European level. It's important to say that URBACT is not officially part of this European Urban Initiative. URBACT will remain as a cooperation, a territorial cooperation program, but we have a responsibility, which is written in the new regulatory framework, to collaborate and coordinate, as Tim said, with the European Urban Initiative. And although we remain as this ETC program, we have to make sure that these three strands of activity that are being delivered through the European Urban Initiative coordinate with what URBACT is doing. However, we have a significantly less budget than EUI. We're working with a very small amount of ERDF, European Regional Development Funds, and we don't invest, as Tim said, in heavy infrastructure. We're much more, as Belen said, about participation, integrated approach to urban development. And we support cities mainly with transnational networking and capacity building activities. What I would like to do is just tell you a little bit about where URBACT is headed for the new programming period. We still have projects that are active under the current programming period. They're not finished yet, and we have some of our partners in the room today, which is nice to see. But I want to tell you a little bit about where we're moving for the future. So I think the first thing to say, to reassure everyone, there's no revolution where we think that we have a successful and useful model, and we're not planning on significantly changing that. So we will continue to promote integrated, sustainable urban development, using cooperation, using partnerships, working between cities, peer learning. We will continue to try to support cities and public authorities with capacity building, focusing specifically on helping them to implement these strategies and territorial strategies that they're developing through other funding sources. And we have to contribute to this policy objective number 5, which is about bringing Europe closer to its citizens, using urban initiatives, sustainable and integrated development. So that's all the jargon. What does it really mean? I mean, the reality is we have a number of activities that we will do, we will implement to achieve those objectives. These activities, again, there's no revolution. We have 3 strands of activity. The first is around networks. The majority of our funding will go out to the cities directly for them to work in networks with other European cities. We have 2 types of networks. the ones that deal with a common challenge, the action planning networks, where the cities are expected to develop an integrated action plan that they will then deliver locally. And we also have transfer networks, and I'm happy to see we have one of our partners in the room from Biocanteens, or one of our transfer networks, where one city has a small, let's say quite low-cost, innovative practice that they want to share and transfer to other cities. These activities will remain. They'll be refined a little bit, because we can always improve, I'm sure you agree, but they will continue. Our second main strand of activity, and Tim mentioned it before also in relation to the European Urban Initiative, is around capacity building. And those of you that know the URBACT programme will recognise the summer university, or the now e-version of our university. You may also be familiar with the more national level capacity building that we offer in national language, so the URBACT campus sessions. And some of you may have also seen the URBACT toolbox, which is our repository of everything to help and support cities in working with stakeholders, accessing funding, everything that they have to do in terms of designing their strategies, identifying their problems. So these capacity building activities will continue. They will be enhanced and improved, and there will be new things added, and I'll tell you a little bit about that on the next slide. Our third strand of activity, you're starting to recognise the theme here. I think the three strands are very similar to what's happening with the European Urban Initiative, is knowledge. It's what we used to call capitalisation. We're now calling it knowledge and communication. I think it speaks more clearly to a general public. Here it's about bringing together projects, looking at what they're learning, looking at the knowledge that can be shared to a wider audience. So it's about spreading the information. And within this strand of activity, we also will continue to work with a national URBACT point, and John is here today. I'm sure you all know him very well. This activity of having a national contact point will continue within the new programming period. So let me tell you now a little bit about what's new. There are two big novelties that I've put on the slide here, and there are a couple of other, let's say, minor novelties or improvements more than novelties. So let me focus on those two first. We, within the URBACT programme, we've financed now around 70 transnational networks covering around 500 cities. And as I said before, we don't finance the implementation of those plans. We support the city to design their plan. But the new task, if you like, or the request from the European Commission for this programming period is to try to forge better links with cohesion policy so that the strategies and plans that are being produced by the city partners can actually go forward and be implemented. And I think this is a challenge that we've had in the past and will continue, no doubt, to have in the future. But by forging these stronger links, and also the links with the European Urban Initiative, we hope that we can make a better connection with the funding that's available for cities, which is now quite significant in some places. And the other minor novelty is in relation to the capacity building activities that I mentioned earlier. We have a number of cross-cutting themes that we're now basically making compulsory for all of our beneficiaries around gender equality, or equality more generally, I would say, green and digital. And the digital aspects, digital transition, as we've seen through the COVID times, is quite important. So these two, let's say, improvements will be embedded inside all of the networking and capacity building activities that we offer to our beneficiaries. The two big changes that you'll see, the first one is a new kind of network that we're currently piloting, testing at the moment. And Tim mentioned it in his presentation. the innovation transfer mechanism. So these wonderful UIA projects that have such great innovation, it's a pity that they're focused on only one city. So the Commission have asked us to try to work as a network and transfer some of that innovation from one city to another. And we've been testing this in the current programming period, and we will be rolling it out into the new programming period. So this is a new kind of network that we will be offering to cities in the future programming period. And the other big novelty for the future is that we are opening the programme out to 5 new countries. It's very exciting, I have to say, because for somebody who's been working for so long with the URBACT programme, it's a nice, refreshing way of dealing with some really challenging countries and challenging issues. So we'll be welcoming the 5 countries from the Western Balkans with pre-accession funding, and they will be joining our regular activities. So I think also you, as Spanish cities who have quite significant experience compared to some of these countries and the cities in these countries, will be helping us to pioneer and support the accession of these countries and cities in these new member states or new pre-accession states. So that's basically the summary of the new programme. You're getting a sort of sneak preview, a privileged first presentation of this, because in our City Festival, which is planned in Paris in a couple of weeks' time, we will be basically presenting the new programme in a whole half-day session with examples of good projects, how to apply, what's going to be in the application form, how to be a good lead partner, project partner, the tips, hints and tips that are very useful. If you haven't registered already for the City Festival, I'm afraid it's a little bit late now, and we do have quite significant demand, but importantly for you, those sessions will be live streamed. So if you want to watch the sessions on URBACT 4, get some hints and tips, then you would be very welcome to connect on the live stream for those. This festival is really an opportunity to start looking at what to do next, where to go next, what are your main challenges, trying to find some partners. We'll have around between 500 and 600 cities represented at the festival, so it's a great nest of activity where you can really find some useful tips and some good partners, I think. Finally, I think the thing you're all really interested in is when can I apply? So this is the last bit of information for you. We are planning our first call for proposals at the beginning of October. So we will launch that online. If you want to keep informed and know exactly when it's published, I suggest you sign up to any of our many social media connections or the newsletter, or just keep an eye on the website. The call will probably be open for around 3 months, so enough time for you to find some good partners. And obviously, with the National URBACT Point, there will be some info days and some sessions that I know are already scheduled to help you specifically in your Spanish context. So I welcome you all, encourage you all to come and apply, come and join us. And I'm here for the rest of the morning, so if you have any questions, I would be more than happy to try and answer them and to speak to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bueno, hemos estado viendo un montón de opciones para poder...
We have seen different options in order to know what they are doing and how we can join this action with our initiatives, or perhaps we will get new inspiration and ideas. I think that something that worked very well is when we presented the projects and people asked questions about what we were doing. Now we will have a few minutes. I don't know if you have questions. before the introduction of the projects. I don't know if there is a question online. And if you have a question right now, you can ask it, or you can as well wait for the coffee break and talk to them.
Hi, this is a question for Kim. I would like to ask about, because I think the budget for the European Urban Initiative is about 400 million overall. The negotiations were talking about 500, but then it turned to 400. I wanted to ask about the amount of budget for the strand A of innovative actions. If do you know how much will be there?
Yeah, hi. In total now, with there's the increase as well due to indexation, it was 450 million for the whole of the initiative. And that's around 315 million for the innovative actions element. Still around, as per projects, 5 million. So we're not looking to radically change the kind of eligibility aspects or the financial aspects. I think you're looking probably in terms of the number of projects to be supported, however, to be a few less, but not radically less. But the main aspect is to incorporate the transfer partnerships. So some of that 5 million will be allocated to transnational partnerships as well, not just investments, local investments. The money for the other strands will be, I think it's 40 million for capacity building and around 60 million for the knowledge. So quite considerable for those two too.
Ninguna pregunta más, damos paso a la siguiente.
Any more questions?
Claro. Nos ha contado Adel Lucela sobre
Adel talked about URBACT, and now we are going to enter in details, and this is what we are going to know. I would like to invite here, because we will have a guest, but we will talk about other subjects. John Aguirre, representative of the National Point URBACT, and Antonio Zafra in URBACT, and Jorge Villar, Counselor for Tourism in Cáceres Municipality, and Isabel Arnés from Gavà Municipality. So you can take a seat, and then we won't have to stop between the speakers. So, Jon, so welcome. Welcome to everyone. Good morning, and thank you very much. Well, it is great to meet here with so many people that we know. And in this round table, we are going to see a few specific projects of the network, but I don't know. People who know what the program URBACT is about. So before explaining the program through the different networks, I would like to talk about what the networks are important and how they helped to shape what has been presented by a team with the transfer mechanism and the building of capacities. Those are the axes of URBACT. URBACT has been around over 20 years in the URBACT program. And with those three lines, and in this exchange, the peer-to-peer learning, it was essential in urban, and this transnational exchange So I think there was this idea when you have common problems, you need shared solutions. So the cover was very large, and of course these measures aim at circular economic and of sustainable food in cities. And if I give some details, we have 6, 7, 8 cities. In the past, the networks were larger, and I don't know if there are even 17 in one, but in general, 6, 7, 8 partners. There is the lead partner and city partners. And it is important for those networks to generate a balance. So we always try to have cities of the east, the north, and the south of Europe. And another important issue is the balance between more and less developed regions. So you need a percentage of cities coming from less developed regions. And the aim is to generate a plan, and it is about an integrated plan. And we have the basis about the new dimensions of the integration.
And now I'm going to talk about the URBACT method, but beyond this, as mentioned, the importance of participation through these URBACT local groups. This will be the general framework of the URBACT network. I want to highlight that there were two kinds of networks, the action planning networks. We're going to speak about them today, as well as the transfer network. This second wave, I've always said that this is a term which is not might not be too convenient right now, but that's about the biocanteens network and the implementation networks that didn't work too well. And as Abel was telling us, there will be the action planning networks and the transfer networks. And from that, we will launch the call, make the call for URBAC 4. We have two important events, 22 and 23, on localization of SDGs, and a second one more opened, the 20 and 21st in Gijón, in Asturias, for the launch of this tender. It will be open to the EDUSI, UIA cities, cities with local urban agendas. Having said that, we want to greet our two friends. We have on one hand Antonio Zafra, an URBACT expert with broad parcours in several networks, and Jorge Villar, the tourism and technology transparency deputy mayor of the Cáceres City Council. The city council of this town is participating into these two networks, tourism and cities, but he's here today to talk about resourceful cities, which is more linked to the subject of today. I would like to start from this general frame to land from a general perspective, as Antonio said he was linked to urban regeneration makes the green urban, and if I am not mistaken, he is lead expert of the food corridors network linked to circular economy and sustainable food, urban food. He will tell us about the evolution of these networks, which are the advantages or the interest of the cities to be part of this. Hello,
Hola, buenos
Antonio.
días, John
How are
y
you doing?
Adel, amigos de
Hello.
Gavà, todos los que estáis por ahí, un abrazo desde Córdoba. Estamos
Well,
bien,
there's
acompañado por el COVID, pero bien.
much echo. Thank you, Antonio. Thanks for being with us, in particular when you were facing
Sí.
this health issue. He said that he had COVID. We want to start with
Sí.
some general aspects. You've been linked to different networks for the cities, listening to us. How can you value the evolution of URBACT networks, and which are the opportunities of these URBACT networks
Pues
for
mira,
the
nuestra
cities?
llegada a URBACT fue precisamente pensando en qué oportunidades ofrecía URBACT a las pequeñas
Sorry,
ciudades.
there is
En nuestro caso comenzamos a
too
trabajar
much
con
echo.
URBACT desde
We are
Baena, una ciudad
listening
de
to the
20.000
speaker
habitantes en la
twice.
provincia de Córdoba,
I guess
descubriendo que en la primera edición del programa la presencia de
he
ciudades
should
pequeñas y
turn off
medianas
his
era
mic,
todavía
the
muy
mic of
frágil con
his
respecto a las
computer,
grandes
because
ciudades, ¿no?
the
Y
voice, I'm
además
sorry, but
fuimos un poco
we cannot
atrevidos
provide
y nos
the
atrevimos a
translation.
presentar este proyecto agriurban, además como lead partner, sin experiencia previa. Si bien es cierto que tuvimos la habilidad, yo creo, y creo que es una recomendación útil, de intentar siempre que en las redes haya alguien que tenga experiencia previa. Nosotros fuimos 11 socios en agriurban y había unos de Telle y Mollet, Mollet del Vallès, de ahí en Cataluña, que ya tenían experiencia previa. Los otros 9 éramos no, incluyendo el lead partner. Pero luego normalmente tampoco hay que tener miedo en ese sentido, porque con el soporte de los expertos que el programa provee y el propio programa tiene nosotros en términos de capacitación, en términos de guías, que toda la metodología está ya muy ensayada, muy evolucionada dentro del URBACT, pues hay que animar directamente a los nuevos, que no hayan entrado, porque es un campo de actividad y de aprendizaje sin duda muy útil. Y luego nosotros hemos tenido la suerte en Baena, en esta ciudad, de probar los tres tipos de redes que URBACT ha desarrollado, porque primero con AgriUrban estuvimos en un Action Planning Network, después con Inherit, que fue una experiencia piloto, yo diría, de URBACT. Y bueno, ahí está Adel. No sé muy bien por qué no siguió, es cierto que hubo poca demanda, pero nosotros la valoramos positivamente. Fue unas redes de implementación. Y bueno, quizás, mira, un resultado interesante de esa red de implementación es que uno de nuestros socios pasó directamente de estar en la red implementando una pequeña estrategia a ser beneficiario de un Urban Innovative Action, por ponerte un ejemplo de cómo se puede escalar. Y finalmente fuimos a aprender de la ciudad de Lodz, en Polonia, en términos de regeneración urbana y social, con este proyecto que tú mencionabas de Urban Regeneration. Entonces creo que el paquete de los tres combinados es fantástico y da una idea de las perspectivas con las que te puedes aproximar. Si estás en una etapa inicial para desarrollar una estrategia básica, creo que ahora se ha mejorado además en esta edición con la inclusión de las pequeñas acciones que permiten experimentar y cualificar potenciales acciones que luego pueden ser desarrolladas en profundidad. La implementación pone directamente en escena, no hay tiempo más para y ahora importante que tenemos muchos fondos públicos para implementar y necesitamos mejorar mucho los niveles de implementación, no solo en eficiencia, sino en calidad, y por tanto cualquier avance ser una implementación importante. Y por último, las transfer networks creo que son por sí muy exitosas, que ya cualifica que hay una ciudad, vamos a una buena práctica, y los que van a aprender van sabiendo lo que van, y las reglas de juego están ahí muy claras. Y mi rol en Food Corridors, ahora comentamos más en concreto, porque creo que es como una evolución también en términos de escala territorial y en términos de integración, es otro eje importante en URBACT, ¿no? La promoción de todo tipo de integración vertical, horizontal, pero también territorial. Y en términos de políticas alimentarias, ese nivel de escala territorial es básico, porque las
Sí,
ciudades tienen los problemas, pero no tienen las soluciones.
Sí, efectivamente. Ahora
because the cities have the problems. Now I will ask you a question about the experience in food corridors, but before this, let me highlight two main things you said regarding the urban URBACT program, and like to talk about a third also. The first one would be the idea that, as I used to say, in URBACT the size is not important, but in cities of 20,000 inhabitants, they can participate in the URBACT networks. And another seem to stress that this accompaniment, this capacitation through the lead expert, which brings knowledge, which helps the cities to generate these integrated action plans, as well as this interest, this capacity line through the URBAC secretary. People are, we take people to Paris, well, not lately, but we organize seminars of different kind of seminars. There are training activities, and we want to encourage cities, even though they wouldn't have participated, as in the case of Gavà. Gavà had never participated into an URBACT network, and we are adding the so-called newcomers. We attract new cities, and it is much important. Having said that, before giving the floor to Jorge, today we are here in Gavà, in the heart of the Baix Llobregat in industrial area, so in the Park Agrari of the Baix Llobregat, and taking advantage that we have a representative of the metropolitan area of Barcelona. They also participate in this network. You are working from food corridors. I mean, that's the idea of intermunicipality. Can you tell us about your experience at food corridors and what deals with this more municipal scale? How do you face the challenges of circular economy? Well, at Agri Urban, we made a preliminary exploration of this subject. What regards regarding the cities such as Muansartu that developed other networks in URBACT regarding public procurement to supply quality food to the canteens. All what has to do with the sustainable diets, or in the case of Mollet del Vallès, that was a partner, and they had a marvelous agricultural park with 500 hectares, just a few kilometers away from Barcelona. And from these food corridors succeeded in highlighting the need to make advancements to gain, because the level of self-supply is quite limited, and the fact of being more resilient, these are circles, and we wanted to be able to self-supply, to be self-sufficient. And we wanted to tackle this opaque, this black system of supply. So at the food corridors, 4 out of the 7 partners of the network, 4 of them are different ways, different associations of municipalities, formal associations, man communities or counties, to say that. In our case, we have one in the region of Coimbra in Portugal. In the Cazzo of Italy, we have a union of municipalities in Emilia-Romagna, 9. In Slovenia, we have a mixed model that coincides with our partner in Estonia. There is an approach to the urban development. That means that in the case of Slovenia, it is a non-profit organization with municipalities, companies, civil society, etc. And in the case of Estonia, that's similar. What does it bring to us? Well, it brings us a capacity of negotiation with the region. In the case of Estonia, there is an action plan that they undertook, and there is joint work, including the capital, with urban and rural development policies. And we think it is paramount to connect these 2 policies. One thing is the formal aspect of the EU and the states, but in the practice, in the ground, we have to land these two activities or practices. We think they are very much appropriate on how we can defend the cooperation between um, neighboring territories. We are drafting these documents, this work to fulfill and end up this project. We have to gain in democracy. We have to decentralize and make these activities more decentralized and more participative. It is an excellent starting point, but it has to be much more extended and regulated if we want to have an impact on the policies concerning inflation, lack of resources, all the problems linked to climate change, and so on. The problems are that high, not to talk about food insecurity that affects so many families, that we have to claim for solutions and defend and bet on these intermediate organs. Yes, we take home these 2 ideas, self-supply, urban food sovereignty, which has to be escalated from the territorial. It is paramount. The cities on their own, it is very much complicated that they reach these levels. And in particular, the Baix Llobregat, you have the opportunity and the chance to have the only one metropolitan entity of the whole state, and we should foster this work as well as having an agricultural park, which should be one of the main focuses of these policies. And the other question, democratization of the food system through these policies. Thank you very much, Antonio. We will give the floor, even though we are behind schedule a bit, Jorge. you have the floor. Very happy to greet you again. Hello, John. How are you doing? Well, important subject we are dealing with. I'm totally agree with Antonio. We are at a disruptive moment, and there are some questions that we have to face. And from municipalism and cities, we have a lot to say. We are in a Europe of cities, not only of the regions, and the exchange of good practices and learning. That's what we are doing. I think it is one of the bases of the URBACT method. If we are also, we've been in two URBACTs, as you well said, John, we have this important project, Useful Cities. I just come from Venice. We closed the project cities. We were talking of circularity and as well as other challenges, how we can get the tourism of our cities. So it is much more friendly for the self-cities, for the territories, and for the tourists also. Cáceres has not been a lead partner. We were participating in these two initiatives that allowed us to learn from cities. They are a very heterogeneous group, but we have much to learn from them. In the case of resourceful cities, we were dealing with cities of all kinds and all sizes and from almost every country, with huge differences as well as with different economies. In Spain, we were with Ciudad Real, Villanova, de Zamalcao was a partner, Michelin, Den Haag, Zagreb, Oslo, the third district of Bucharest, or Patras. These cities are extremely different from one another with uh, issues absolutely different from one another. But we had this common goal to get a more local food system due to this matter of food insecurity, and also vis-a-vis the insecurity of the waste. In Cáceres, there is an area in this area of the small river. We have some discrepancies with the Hydrographic Confederation, but there are some agreements which are important. And to us, it was important to see these cultures, these cottages as a source for our city, connecting with De la Huerta a la Mesa, the circularity 0 kilometers with the own production of bio food. And to us, it was very important in the two projects not to focus only on the resourceful cities. In the two projects, the small scale actions, the pilot project that was undertaken, on one hand, we have a compostera, a compost operation tool. What we are doing is, on one hand, a technical action, that's the one of creating la compostera to feed the cultures with this compost. And we had another part which was more educationally oriented, and from these compost sites we wanted to do that the own city and the schools, and as well
Some groups of the whole region are coming. They want to learn from this because it is very profitable for the city, not only to have this compost plant, but it is also very profitable for organic waste. The pilot project is related to the URBACT project, so it is like a great university for the cities in order to implement better policies related to new economy. We had good practices from other cities that we could implement. We are going to collect door by door, and with this separation of waste, we want to scale the plant in order to assess our waste. So the pilot project was the assessment of waste, but we had another one. We had another project, and we addressed the circularity. Sometimes it was very difficult to have it, and with our products now, we created the first organic market in Extremadura. And in the fourth bio market, we have seven agricultures that are already selling, and they can sell directly on the street. And we have a double circularity for waste and for the value of proximity products, organic products, and 0 kilometer products. Every time we speak, John, we have to encourage some more cities, because effectively for Cáceres it was very useful. We learned a lot, and we learned those things very well, not only from issues that are going to be in the focus of every project. The fact of communicating with other cities allows you to better execute, for instance, the European funds. As we were telling, of course, we are going to implement better because we have good practices from other European territories, from different cities, but we share the same logic, we have share the same challenges. Cáceres shares a variety of challenges in terms of security, of waste management, and we can share this with other cities such as Venice. Cáceres is a small city with at low scale, but of course in Venice they have 34 million inhabitants and visitors, excuse me, and thanks to the urban projects, we can confront our experiences with their experiences, and the challenges for the future are similar, independently from the scale. So yes, URBACT is the university for cities. I am going to keep this idea. So Antonio also talked about the small scale actions. So this was an evolution of the program in the action planning network. So they were welcomed. And when we talk about the small scale, we talk about 6,000, 10,000 euros, but they can prove like a compost plan can generate another dynamic on the territory. And then there is another important idea. I mentioned this at the beginning. Facing common challenges, we have to find shared solutions. And a city like Cáceres can share many things with a city like Venice. And there will be some best practices that we can implement in our territory. And in such a period like the one we are living in, there are many funds, the next generation funds. So urban can allow us to be better prepared for the implementation of those funds and of the associated projects. Thank you very much, Jorge, for your intervention. And now we have Isabel Arnett. She's going to explain their experience in biocanteens. Perfect, thank you. I have a presentation of the project I wanted to explain here. I don't know if we can launch it here. Is this a video or is it a presentation?
Bueno, pues este es el proyecto que tenemos de URBACT que estamos implementando aquí en Gavà, ¿no? Conjuntamente con los socios. Bueno, nada, un poco el índice.
So we are talking here with the partners, and as you can see, we are in a network of transfer. So Adele talked about the different bids, and we are in a network of transfer. We are in what we call biocanteens 2, because we already had this initiative. And the aim of the project is to introduce this in school canteens. So the project is going to last for 1 year and a half, and we can see here our projects. So we have Juan Sartús. They were already in the previous network, and they are the leaders of this project. We have in Wrocław and from Poland, we have in Belgium as well some partners, and we had a first partner in Portugal, but they could not implement the initiative. And the project has a budget of 100,000 euros for each partner. So we try to implement specific actions. So those are the objectives that we have for the project. So we have to have an impact on the purchase of food. So what we buy should be sustainable and organic as well. The production of food should introduce this, and the staff should be trained to introduce this food in the school canteens. And we should have a service, and it should assess the loss of food. URBACT has a very clear methodology. One of them is to create a local group, so every partner has to create a local group with stakeholders. So this was very useful for us because we had worked in this direction, but to mix the stakeholders with a local group, so we transfer the knowledge that we have from the other partners, and we can give an impulse. So we are brainstorming about this project, and we can implement some of them with the budget at our disposal. So the aim of those meetings, so we gave different objectives linked to the project. And then we have transnational meetings, so where a political team or a technical team has visited the partners in order to exchange experiences and to see the reality of every one of the municipalities. They have little to do, but they are enriching the ideas that we want to implement in our city, what we share with the local group. So they last 4 days, and you think about a topic, you establish an action plan for your city, and this helps implement very specific actions. And of course, 1.5 years is a very short period of time. So we saw the realities, for instance, with the lead, they even have land. They belong to the municipality, and they can distribute those food to the canteens. For us, this is a completely different reality. As a municipality, we cannot have an influence or an impact on schools that are non-public. So we cannot have land with civil servants. But we went and Broklav and gave the idea that we had to try and assess supply and demand. What would happen, for instance, if in Gavà or in the region, we joined the demand for local product, for organic product, and this was ordered to the peasants of our agrarian park. So this is another option of a short circuit. It could be profitable. It could be possible, and we have expert companies in those assessments, but we worked with peasants, with the associations of families. So we have a map of shareholders. Of course, when we participate in this project, it is true that we did an internationalization plan in 2019, and we wanted to look for funding where we didn't have a direct budget. And we studied initiatives like URBACT, and we wanted to participate in URBACT because the exchange of experiences is very enriching at different levels, at political level and at the technical level. So we had this plan, we had this objective, and from 2017 we had worked in order to join all the projects that we had in different areas in the framework of food local system. So we have an agrarian park, and of course this has more relevance. In 2021, we prepared this strategy. It was the result of the study that had been carried out in 2017. We shared it with the citizens, with economic and social stakeholders, and we had their feedback, and we established this strategy.
Objetivos generales, ¿no? Que sería el...
So those are the general aims, sustainable diet, and the local economy. So we work this from 3 different areas. So welfare and education, leading this project, economic promotion, and territory. They are working with the park so that the production is profitable. So this is the timeline that we have from May until the end of the year. I am not going to give many details, but in the diagnostic, in order to know what is the action plan that can be associated later, we worked in 3 tables with the family associations. They can have an impact on the company, distributing the food in school canteens. And we are working with those associations because at the end of the day, we can also have an impact on public procurement. We are working on a document with specifications, because if we have the project of a new kindergarten in Gavà, so this will be a project for the food and this kindergarten. So we want to have some guidelines or in order to give them to the families, and these should be reference as well for the rest of schools. We have some specific actions. For instance, we have worked on the awareness, and we have these pilot tests. So this was explained by other members, by other partners, and we just copied it. So this was about weighing the waste of what has not been eaten, so that they were aware of everything that is rejected or thrown away. And because people now have said that, of course, the children can choose the quantity of food. So here we have an awareness action with a specialist company, and then we weigh to see if the waste has been reduced. And the experience is very interesting. Only with this simple action, we are going to create a kit for the control of food waste. So we can do this in other schools in Gavà, and then workshops in order to utilize this in the cooking process. And then we have the asparagus exhibition. It is very important in our municipality. So this is the identity product from Gavà. It is the white asparagus. So we had a kind of exhibition with Barcelona Regional, and we had 19 groups of primary pupils. So we explained the initiatives that we wanted to implement, and the exhibition itself with some activities for children towards bio and sustainable food. So we are working on these aspects about food waste and about the decrease of single-use bottles. All this is included in the contract for the future kindergarten. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Isabel. I think that we went from the general to the specific, so we have talked about all the networks in URBACT. I think that with all these reflections, perhaps people that didn't know the networks, they will have a more complete picture and the opportunity for the European cities. I think that now we are going to conclude here this roundtable, even if it is a little bit late. So don't worry, Juan. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, Jorge, for being here. And thank you very much for people who are at home. We are going to have a short coffee break to do a lot of networking for questions. I don't know if we can answer some questions now before going, or so let's go to the coffee break. Yes, people like having coffee. So we saw the projects in so we will have later we will see some more projects. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Aquí en esta mesa están todos. ¿Veis? Así. Muchas gracias.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being back. As we said before the break, I hope you enjoyed it. Those who are not here are missing this restoration, this food, this local food that we have the chance to taste. There is a sort of fridge of books. It is a part of a project of book crossing, and we mix the fact of sharing books with sharing or giving a new life to some objects that were left in clean places. We said before the break that we're going to talk about the UIA project. I want to introduce you the people who are going to talk. First of all, we will have the mayor of Ribarroja da Túria, Robert Raga. He is going to tell us about Guardian. Yes. You tell me, please, how do you pronounce it? Guardian. Guardian, like the newspaper, Guardian. Okay. Fernando González, architect of Pio Getafe, and he represents the unity of the intelligence of energy poverty. In Madrid, we have a huge problem with power poverty. It is curious, and we said yesterday that we know of very few existing projects until you don't get to these forums, you don't hear about them. And last but not least, I am very curious. We wanted to know the Gavius project. We've been talking of this, but finally we're going to know it better. We have Tony Merino, expert in public management and innovation and responsible of the digital transformation of Mataró, as well as Cristina Martinez, director of governance and internal management and general services. We are going to move to this round presentation, and as yesterday people had some times to present their projects, and afterwards we were talking about the possibility of setting these synergies between you and others, so you could copy from one another or open the table to questions, evaluations and discussions. So that's it. Here we are.
La tienes ahí atrás. ¿Quieres levantarte e irlo contando? La tienes ahí.
You have it, okay? Yeah, feel comfortable, please. If you feel more comfortable standing, that's okay. Why not? Okay, good morning, everyone. Still in the morning. Thanks for holding this conference. I try to attend everything as much as I can. We are like Bob Sponge. We listen to it and have taken some ideas for my municipality, and I have taken some pictures. I think that good things have to be copied. We have to be pragmatic. I will try to talk you about the Guardian project. I always want J'aime toujours parler des débuts. Le projet Guardian est né à partir de was born from someone in the year 2015. It was a project of final degree master project, and it concerned other uses for waters. When we started working by the end of June, July 2015, we came from an awareness around the agendas 21. Our municipality has many hydric resources, and we have an industrial sector which is powerful, about 22,000 companies, a residential area at Ribarroja, 24,000 inhabitants, two residential areas, the downtown, and then natural park. So we had everything, industry, residencies, and natural park. Well, and two installations, two venues in our city. So we could regenerate we could treat the water. We had two treatment systems for water. Someone was talking about giving another use to this treatment system facility. It was agronomous engineer that who had presented this. It was marvelous. Afterwards, there were the Eco Riba Awards, which were awarded to him. And this was born from enthusiasm and the work of Carlos. And we got something very important, the public and private collaboration, so that the Guardian could take effect. We wanted to operate in an area in which we had on one hand the treatment system facilities, but it was not enough, and we could see how we could extend this collaboration. We are in a natural park of 8,000 square meters. I can pass you the slides if you want. Well, we were about to work on climate change in some areas where we have a natural park of 8,000 hectares, the natural park of El Turia, and the action of Guardian was between the wood of La Bellesa and the Parque Fluvial del Turia since the year 2000 and 2016. We had 14 wood fires. So on one hand, we have regenerated water, and on the other hand, we had forest fires, and we wanted to solve this problem as best as possible with the lesser possible impact. And we started working on the project of the alliances that we would need. We didn't know that the UIA, you had to have 50,000 inhabitants. In Materna, our neighboring city, we had a meeting with the mayor. We studied the possibilities, and here was born the first alliance between the two administrations of Paterna and Ribarroja. The project could be powerful, but we needed more alliances. We thought that the two public universities, Universidad de Valencia and the Polytechnical University could be allied. That's what we did. They joined the program and we needed water managers. We have Suez, Aguas de Barcelona in Aqua, which manages our water system. We needed more technology alliances, Cetaqua, the technological company that could us to separate, to treat these waters, and Medibintiu, a small company and environment manager with 20 employees. They brought some renovation measures. We needed more administrations such as La Conselleria, the regional government, and the confederation, the river confederation. It was a triple jump. When everyone was agreeing on that, we had the problem that the call of the UIA needed some deadlines, some terms, 5.5 million, 50% funded by the EU, and the remaining part by the partners. But we needed to have agreements of different partners, and the confederation is something hyper complicated. So we needed to remove the confederación, the consellerias, and for the administration permits, we wanted to have alliances with those who didn't have that administrative bargains. That's where Guardian was born. What is it exactly? Cetaqua, after a very important investigation on the users that we can have after a regenerated water, so we can use these waters in a natural park. How can we use this water containing pesticides? Because all these pollutants are not removed, so we can use it in a place where there are birds, worms, and all this biodiversity. It was the first time that this was investigated. Now there is a certification of water uses, which is binding across Europe. Fetaqua did a plant, a water treatment plant. It could certify these users. It hadn't existed before, and the Polytechnical University, they investigated the hydric stress of the woods. There are two similar projects in Israel and in California. These woods should be resistant to fires and to climate change. Well, desertification and climate change is acting in a brutal way, and to that we want to take treated water, wash wood to prevent a fire without affecting biodiversity. This was based on a study by the Polytechnica. The environment, the trees, the water, the air, they investigated for 2 hours to get this solution, not to modify the biodiversity. The University of Valencia acted on which would be the cost of no acting on this project. It was fascinating, and this started from these millions of cubic meters. We all treated the waters, and it was sent to final towers that made a barrier in an interface where the nature mixed with the human people anthropization area, because it is true that we had built small luxury villas almost everywhere. But this protection is allowed through a system thanks to the investigation of the Polytechnica. They'll tell us when and how we have to have this preventive irrigation system so we can act to defend the housings. And this combination brought a marvelous result. It was really performant. There were some stops due to the pandemic, and we had to overcome uncountable difficulties, but we achieved it with very good results. And there are some BB21 installs some cells, 30 of humidity, 30 of wind, and 30 degrees of heat. It is danger in wood, and we work to wash all the interface area. We also planted 2,000 autochthonous and fire resilient plants and trees. This area involves 50,000 inhabitants, and it is replicable in Paris, in Portugal, in Greece, in other areas. And I guess I could summarize more or less what I was about to tell you. Well, the presentation was really good. We didn't miss too much the presentation on the slides because it was okay. Yesterday we were talking about the importance of innovation in all what you are doing, and thanks to the pandemic we take into account science. It is a great improvement, and afterwards, well, we leave it. We can see that you know it by heart, and it is not the same telling something from a PowerPoint than when you feel it as your own. This comes from 100 people who died after the fires, the wood fires in Greece, as well as the wood fires in California. I was much interested by the survey of the Polytechnical faculty, and this was very important to me, so I lived it firsthand. Yes, and it will be further developed. I don't know whether you could see the final picture. There is a final slide with all the protection towers in action. It is a powerful picture. I may advise you, those of you who have water treatment systems, that you can investigate in these facilities. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, the previous one. The previous one. Yes, you can see the systems, the irrigation, the preventive irrigation systems. Here's the one on my left, on your right, an action in Masia Clavel, 2,000 inhabitants. This is generated when we've got this problem. Well, it was done through a participation process with all the neighbors. There are 5 involved urbanizations. That's a marvelous and very integrative work. Thank you very much. Let's move to the project that will be presented by Fernando González from Pio Getafe about energy poverty. I need more the presentation. As you said, I am not throwing stones against me. Our mayor just gave birth to a child, and here am I to make this presentation. Epio Getafe, barrios saludables, healthy housings, hogares saludables. We've got the worst name, Energy Poverty Intelligence Unit, EPU. We are the City Council of Getafe, 2 universities, associations, Naturgy, 1 consulting group, Scora, la Fundación Laboral de la Construcción and the Red Cross. Even though this team is led by the Getafe City Council and SEV, I think that we are doing a good team. Where does it born? Well, it was created after a previous initiative of Margaritas y Fatima, and regeneration and renovation area, which was accepted by the Madrid City Council within the state housing plan of the Madrid community, accessibility of housing and energy efficiency. It was not enough. We had to do a step further. When you want to really have an impact on a territory, we knew that it was important. The RO concerned the constructions, physical ways. We wanted to see the problems that the families were encountering regarding the energy consumption. That's why the Getafe City Council presented itself to this UIA project with the Unidad de Inteligencia para la Pobreza Energética. This is the file of our project within an urban challenge to identify and fight the hidden energy poverty, an innovative solution, and I underlined the word hidden, the adjective hidden, because it was in October 2021. There were families that were paying 100 euros, and now they pay 500 euros for electricity, for the electricity bills. So there is an increase of 5 times more. So from 100 to 500, this already existed in 2019. The indicators are not too clear. We can see one of these indicators, that's the cost of energy, but there are many others. If we had acted since 2019, we shouldn't be.
El proyecto. ¿Qué no es este proyecto EPI Hogares Saludables? No es un proyecto de asignación de asesoramientos energéticos, tampoco es un proyecto de distribución de ayudas a los más
desfavorecidos. It is not only about giving aids to the most vulnerable citizens. So they are going to do some experiments with 4,800 families. Those are not conflict areas, but they are rather vulnerable. So what is energetic poverty? So this is the incapacity of a household to have some energy services. So this can be a definition, and 20%, 25% of the families have been impacted by energetic poverty, but there is no exact definition. We don't know what is the percentage of people that can pay their bills, or sometimes that don't have heating at home because it is too expensive. So this doesn't appear in the surveys that we have in order to assess poverty. So people say, well, yes, there are between 3 and 8 million people affected by energetic poverty. So we have those indicators, they mix. So you can have cold temperature at home, but perhaps you had disruptions so it is very difficult to have a group of energetic poverty perfectly defined. So it doesn't because there is financial poverty, but here it is complex, and people don't say you you ask, well, who is poor? Nobody is going to raise its hand. But if you say, well, do you know someone in your family who are at risk of energetic vulnerability? You have to know them in order to get the response you need. So this is what we do. So we are looking for this hidden poverty. So we have a cycle that are repetitive. So we define it later. So we want to know the citizen because we want to have direct information. And then we have the management of massive data. So there are some public databases in order to have results for the project. Very often it is hidden, even for the citizen himself. So if you ask to an inhabitant, what do you need to feel better? No, I don't you think that you should have a split for and have natural gas heat boiler? So they don't know exactly what is the effect for a certain measure. So this is what we are looking for. We want to analyze personal data, and there is a problem with this. So once we have personal data, the municipality centralizes it. So the municipality is the lead of those projects, and they can manage all the data they are receiving. Once the municipality generates the data, they distribute to the partners the data. So we don't want everybody to have all the data. No, it is like with pyramids. The architects didn't have the plans for all the pyramids. So this is exactly the same. Once we have the data, we divide the population in clusters. We could name them families or groups, but we give them a name, and we associate the customized solution. What our aim is so that everybody has what they need, a customized solution applied to every family, every building or neighborhood. So we can have consulting about energy, so how to use heating. We optimize the bill. So what is the contract they have? Do they need a regulated tariff or not? And we refurbish buildings, so windows, isolation in buildings, and sometimes we have very few members of a family, but we group them in customized solutions. And this is an innovation, and it doesn't cost a penny to the citizens. So sometimes you have a renovation, and then later you are paid. And sometimes there are groups who don't have financial capacity. They cannot start the works. So we want everything to be costless. So, and then the cycle goes on with follow-up and assessment. We are in 2 neighborhoods, but we want to work in other neighborhoods in Getafe. Those measures sometimes are already applied in other neighborhoods. We don't want to consume resources of the project, but we are already transferring and scaling. So this is useful for all the projects. We use intelligence unit, a new service with civil servants and then customize the solutions. So first we have to understand, then we have to help and then act. So this is what orientates the citizen. So understanding, so this is the intelligence unit, management of data, analysis of the situation. All this is developed by University Charles III. They have more technological departments and the polytechnics with the School of Architecture. So here, reactively, you can act. It depends of the amount of data. So if you have data, you can be proactive. It says if I have more data, we can be predictive. You can know what people will need in the future. If you go from proactive to predictive, you need many more data. So in order to have all those data, we could ask those 5,000 families. So we wanted to have 600 answers, but we called all the families. But this is not a technique or a methodology for VIA project. You cannot ask everybody. This is not transferable, but in any case, we did it. We did some other things. We processed the data. Here we are mixing revenue and expenditure. And then in order to carry out the analysis, we have some databases. So this is the most complex in the project. There are many data, but it is very difficult to access them. Even if you own the data, you cannot use them. And a municipality has the capacity to obtain them, but they cannot employ them. So we thought that this was critical and it was huge. We wanted to use it so that now the municipality is aware of the need of having this database, and they have to migrate all this. It is not only about scanning a document, data as well of energetic simulation in 3D, 500 households, surveys. We mixed permits in order to use the data. We are having sensors as well. We are placing sensors. So we have this office. So it is a new office for the audience, for the public. So here, those people are working and they are working very well. In 340 users now, almost 500, but there is the possibility to give more service. And so they work with social entities in the neighborhood. We are closely related, and the focus, the node is always this office. And then customized measures or solutions. We are going to act against energetic poverty. This is a project of a city. It is all the citizens can participate because we need all the citizens. If there is no office, there are no data, if there are no clients, we cannot experiment in their households. And we will help hundreds of people, and we learn how to help some more families. We are already learning from other activities that we are developing. So this is the participation in the UIA exercise. We participated in Seville. We are improving our presence with the agreement of the majors, and we are receiving technical assistance from the Energy Poverty Hub, and we are starting a collaboration with the joint research data to better process the data. So we want to use this as a as a leverage. So, so Getafe defends this transition, and in order to promote the model of local energy communities. So we are going to try and apply this in those initiatives. And all we are receiving from Europe should stay in Getafe, and we should become a reference. Thank you very much. So I had noted here, I don't know if you were not interested by this concept of energy communities, and I saw at the end that you had it. I think it can be useful in neighborhoods at a more local level. We always say that the most sustainable energy is the one that is not consumed, but of course, it should come from sustainable. We cannot maintain all the household, but we can generate vehicles that create a community, a demand in the market for this kind of products, and we are working on energy efficiency. So the market is going to demand training from the companies. We are establishing basic criteria and standards. So refurbishing is not just changing the kitchen. We are working with the citizens. Well, there is a market at your disposal. The investment can benefit from public aid. And if you cannot do it, as a municipality, we will establish more complex tools. So this is a law tool so that they can become an energy community, and between neighbors, between the schools in the neighborhood, we are working. Yes, but of course it's a lot. Thank you very much. Now with Gavius, yes, you can have the floor as you want. Thank you very much for having invited us. I am delighted to share this space with those interesting projects. So there are many learning proposals. With Christina, we are going to explain Gavius' experience. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you to the team. It works, yes. Thank you to the team who prepared this presentation. And I won't have to read what it says. So I'm going to explain what for me is important. Gavius was started in 2018. So the first conversations took place between both municipalities. So Gavius, now it is clear. So this is a virtual assistant who has to make the life of people easier, not only with energy poverty, but groups with difficulties. I think that there are two ideas. The first is reivindication. With the two previous experiences, local authorities are key in order to experiment in public policies. And sometimes they have more links to Europe. Municipalities should develop projects, and the key element there should be innovation. Sometimes we have the adequate dimension in order to articulate this response. And in our environment, reality is so complex, so now very often we are not prepared to face the challenges ahead. So we will explain some of the phases we are addressing in order to learn and to forget what we had been learning. What is Gavius itself? So it is an innovative project and the development of the assistant. I think it is the will to generate public value. There is a challenge if we are not able to rethink how we develop. We will be replaced by machines or by other elements. I think that the only opportunity is to generate public value with what we are doing, facing a challenge, facing a model that is obsolete. I worked in public space, and when in a street,
carriles están colapsados, que el hecho de que coloques dos carriles más no soluciona
so
el problema.
if you have two more lanes on the street, so the problem becomes more complicated if we are not able to reflect on this, if we think that the only alternative is to do more things with more resources, the capacity of collapse, I think that we are on the verge. So we have to be more proactive to anticipate demands from the political, technical points of view, to be able to manage the resources. So this allows to envisage a pathway. So we have to work. So here we use here artificial intelligence. So this is important. So I think it is about creating public value. And we can explain who the beneficiaries are. So the focus and the core is the citizens. So we have to benefit the citizens because those proactive services can make them avoid addressing the municipality, and only with an assessment, the service to the citizen can be solved. So there is this capacity of making everything easier. So this is one of the targets. And then we have the government teams who have to make decisions with an information that is not based on the whole of the population. They only have information at their disposal. So you have to wait for the mayor sometimes when he enters the town hall. So now we are mad with all the social media. So this is what, the colleague from Getafe said, the government has to define the priorities. And then we have those technical teams in the municipality. Sometimes we are at the front office, sometimes the mayor said about the post-pandemic situation. And I don't know if we have problems with people with mental problems, but there is a lot of stress, and the front office is very sophisticated. The population is more segmented, and this kind of project will help to understand how we have to focus And then there is a fourth element, the cooperation with the other public authorities in order to implying them, involving them. Sometimes the competencies are not only ours. I was mentioning challenges, so challenges for the administration of the local authority with the capacity of reinventing themselves, of making better decisions, and the relationship between citizens and public authority, customizing activities, being proactive, the use of new technologies, digital transition. So I think that this is implied in the project. So we have new elements. So it was approved in a bid. So we have those processes of co-creation, the management of data, and I think the project has evolved. So as you explained, so we have difficulties because the information is more segmented and we are facing huge problems. We are two local authorities, if a poor person moves to another place, he has to start all the processes, the ethics of data, artificial intelligence. Those are all challenges, and there is poverty, aging of the population. So I think that this project can help here. Cristina, thank you, Tony. And in order to make this possible, we are not alone. So Mataró and Gavà are representing all the partners. We have other administrations, AOC. We work as well with CIME, with UPC, University. In Barcelona, we are 8 partners, and we all have our intentions and specificities, but we are working in order to face the challenge. And this project gives joint work with the administration. And then we have this fourth helix. We have been talking about the relationship and the PPP, but here we are a little bit further. We have the involvement of the public authority, the enterprises, civil society, the citizens. So the participation is very difficult, and they have to intervene. And then research. So we have 4 axes. If we are not linked, it won't be possible to have Gavius. I think that we also mentioned the projects that we have, the internal organization and all these parts, being able to get coordinated, because we are different municipalities with different specificities, but we want to reach the same objectives. In this part of coordination, we base on technology and IT, which is essential here in order to develop this tool. And thus, we will arrive to the citizens. So we are able to do any operation. So we have to ask for the subsidies, and we can do this through an application.
That is very simple. As for the funding, thanks to the UIA funding, we could get these projects. And as an administration, we want to be proactive. Without the UIA, it would not be possible. I would like to highlight that out of the projects presented in the 23 member states in Spain, we got two, Getafe and Gavà, together with Mataró, to develop this project with a total investment of 5.3 million euros, 1 million with the partners and 4.3 million euros financed by the UIA, 80 and 20 by the partners. Even though the project started at the end of 2018, it started officially in 2019 with the pandemic. There was a delay, as in other projects, 6 months of delay. So therefore, during the pandemic, we continued to work thanks to the teams that made the most of the possibilities. And as I said, we started in 2019. There were several sessions held for the co-creation of the project as such and the participation. Participation of citizenship of the entities so they can communicate their needs, and we may now very soon present this pilot test of the Gavius project. The same stakeholders will participate, and we will have more ads on about citizens. Well, it was not easy at the beginning. It was on a virtual basis, but now it can be physical. So in February 2023, we will be able to present it, to launch it, and it will be useful and used. In the last part of the talk, two reflections about the co-creation project, which is a main part of the project. It is a cross-cutting project with the participation of everyone, and afterwards some learnings to share with you in case it would be interesting to you. It is a very important tool. We understand that this process of design, of abordage, the challenges, well, we require this knowledge shared by the citizens. One of the four pillars is XNet, and it always reminds us about the role of privacy, the fact that the data are anonymous, and from this being part of the whole process to the conception phase, there were co-creation elements in the pilot test. As Cristina said, the co-creation process will be very important, and as for the citizens' involvement, it is still that important. Unfortunately, we had the pandemic, as the mayor said. It was in a stage where we had to develop all the tools of the co-creation. We suffered much, and we had to prove that we had some imagination to overcome the troubles that we were facing. And the last part, well, about the learnings. If the project is an innovation project, it is a complex project to manage. There is a huge diversity of partners, a project that has many troubles that we had to face. On the other hand, internal processes which do not have always the agility required by this kind of project. We had to incorporate, put on board different profiles, not to talk about the difficulty of the public sector to attract technological talent to several profiles. We do not have too much sex appeal for these groups of talented people. As our colleague from Getafe said, we have data that we can't use. They are not well listed maybe or well structured. Sometimes one service is requires three type of data and the system requires five. Well, we have to separate this data, and we feel identified by what was said before. To summarize, I think we are going to share these learnings because it has been an innovative project and it is complex. Daily activities had more and more difficulties. We have to reinvent and find solutions. That's the investigation and AI to see where we want to go and being reactive. The daily activities is quite complicated. There are some hinders of the administration, but that's about learnings. You talked about the regulations, data protection. It is a project that will comply with the data protection laws, and the data will not be able to be used by unauthorized people. Self-administration, we are facing some troubles to use the data. Well, that's a complexity, but we are working on this with Mataro, and I guess that at the end we will achieve it and we will be able to provide this security to citizenship. As I said before, it is the only way to push this project forward, but it is complicated. Each of us with our agendas and needs in our public and private entities. Decisions are not easy to make because of this complexity, but it is crucial in this frame to get this collaboration. It's good to be pioneer, to be always forward-looking as much as possible, and we have to prevent the troubles, as we explained before, concerning the fires or the troubles related to housing, and we have to put all together the budgets, the public programs with the efficient resources, and through this tool, with the help of this tool, we can move forward to respond to the expectations of citizenship. That's why the Gavius project has been what the Gavius project has been targeting. Thank you very much. I tell you a bit about our time frame. We took more time than foreseen. We should have started this roundtable 30 minutes ago, but we will adjust the time. I would like to respond to a couple of questions to the project Guardian, Pere Vergés. I think that his name is Vergés, yes. In the case of the Guardian project, to which use of the royal decree, it looks like the trivial game. Royal Decree 1620/2017, what regulates urban uses or industrial uses. So what are the control measures. I am not an engineer, I'm just the mayor, so I don't know about these terms. Sorry, I can't answer you if you give me your email address. I commit to provide you with the right answer that I might ask the technicians, the engineers who are working with us. It was the most important thing because a second use of regenerated water for a natural park was the, the most difficult aspect of the project. We wanted to have a system allowing us to irrigate the trees and the bushes with no contradictory effects on biodiversity. Aqua did it with the Polytechnica, but if you give me this email, I commit to answer back. And if you allow me one more minute, I would like to say something. One more minute. This has happened the same because Europe is one of the places where there is much negationist. We have had many negationists on climate change, democracy, equality, social justice. And what I want to share with you, women and men, that we have to fight so this continues to happen, because with all the difficulties we are facing, we need that Europe exists, and they are very complicated moments now. And to that, our work is not only participating into this project of equality, innovation, justice, and so on. We are talking of this, but in Europe, because it doesn't happen, it doesn't take place in Asia or in China. So do politics align with Europe? Thank you. Yesterday we were talking about these matters that you mentioned. Let's move to the present and future of European project. I want to invite Javier Tiana, Head of International Relations of Barcelona, Antoni Montseny, Director of International Relations of Diputación, Beatriz Postigo, Technical Advisor at the Direction General of European Funds, and co-founder also of Paisatge Transversal, a study de referencia, even though he doesn't like this denomination of reference office. They will tell us about present and future of European projects. Thank you very much. Bien. Well.
Hemos hablado un poco del presente de Europa.
Well, we talked a bit about the present of Europe, and I think we are learning something from these conferences, and at URBACT we have very clear in mind. From this collaboration between cities, it is the best way to strengthen the Europa project. URBACT has always been an example of this. And to end up with this, from the present until now, we are going to project ourselves in the future. I don't know whether Beatriz is available. We are going to start by Toni Montseny, Director of International Affairs at the Diputación de Barcelona, and he will tell us about the present and the future of European projects. Some advertisement moment together with the Diputació de Barcelona, the Department of International Relations, and Manresa City Council on September 22 and 23. We are organizing a URBACT conference linked to localization of global agendas as well as SDGs at the municipal level. We will have an international perspective with the CGRU, ONU Habitat ministries, and cities of all Europe. The inscriptions will be soon open. Thank you very much for the support of the Diputació. Tony, you have the floor whenever you want. Yes, I've got my PowerPoint. Okay. Well, first of all, thanks to the organizers for inviting us to participate in these conferences. Having said that, I would like to situate the present and future of European projects. First of all, it is an evidence we are at the half of 2022 and we are in the financial frame of the EU for 21-27, and most of the European projects already made their first calls. So many of the doubts that we could have regarding these European projects are being removed. Next generation also launched their goals. Some municipalities are being benefited from these funds, and we are waiting for the structural funds such as FEDER and European social funds, as well as other international interregional cooperation projects such as Interreg. First, I would like to put some perspective on the European available funds for local entities. I would like to go beyond about the next generation. Secondly, and even though the title is present and future, we should be talking about the past, because it's good to see in which key projects we were targeting, which were the projects that were more interesting by local entities, because this allows us to identify within this 21-27 project which have to be the key elements, the continuity elements, in this case for the management of these projects. And finally, we will review the initiatives and programs linked to the circular economy. That is the program of these conferences. What I want to highlight is the European budget. We have to underline that even if next generation have been a priority, we do not have to forget that there are other funds and programs. The European budget has the pluriannual budget of 7 years with a component, exceptional and temporal, which has been the recovery of next generation funds, and we are talking of 2.2 billion euros. 2.2 billion euros. Next generation represents an important challenge, on the one hand for the money available, and on the other hand due to the fact that they are short-term time executions. 100% of these funds have to be committed for 2023, and they have to be executed before the year 2026. So we have to think in other opportunities that the new European frame can bring us. 14-20 where we have the FEDER, European Social Fund, Erasmus. Well, these programs keep playing a key role in the economic recovery. They are important economic sources. These financial frame programs have more global, more time to be realized. They can be done, they can be operated until 2027 with some changes in the middle. As stated, I would like to look at the best opportunities for local entities as well as the programs that worked better. I present you an infography that we did from the Diputació de Barcelona. It is a scoop because we don't have reproduced it yet, but we try to show the number of projects of municipal entities of the Barcelona province who were selected.
Como el importe de las subvenciones. Y a esto habría que añadir además, evidentemente, aunque aquí no aparezca, toda la cofinanciación local, que al fin y al cabo...
We have to add here all the co-funding at the local level. And very briefly, we will see that until now, we have participated in 430 known projects, representing 196 million euros to our territory. And I don't know, on the left in green, we can see that we have the Interreg, in orange, FEDER projects, and in blue, we have those direct management like Horizon or Life. And as we can see, we have the most funding by those by the FEDER, so 136, 150 million euros. And for the future, we have to see into account that we have to be very careful because 8% has to be funded for sustainable human development. And in principle, all this is in the fifth priority of Europe, closer to the citizens. And outside for the FEDER, there are other programs, and there can be a good opportunity. We have Horizon Europe, 76 projects, Erasmus Plus, URBACT as well, 22, and urban innovation actions. They represent 18 million euros, excuse me. So these are the most programs for the local world from the previous period, but they have extended to the current period. And I would like to say that we are preparing a guideline on the direct management projects, Life and Horizon, and we consider they are key for the new period because the European Union has funded those projects. On the other side, we will continue with the projects, and we have the most important number of participating municipalities. So here, I would like to talk about the recommendations to participate in European projects. We have to say that the participation in the 2014-2020 Erasmus and Life will be more accessible. FEDER, URBACT and UIA will bet for sustainable urban development, and we see that the requirements will be stronger local partnerships. So these four axes. On the other hand, I would give some recommendations. I think it is very important to benefit from the time that has been invested. So some preparation was done of the next generation in order to present it to the most traditional projects in the EU. And I think that really we can use this political leadership. The majors are involved in a very important way. And here we had those four axes for next generation. I think it is good to insist and to continue this trend, this agreement. And of course, we need a clear vision for the future. So we have to see how we can design. And then we have to prioritize, we have to work in an anticipated way. We have to study the actions plans indicating the priorities. They will be published in the future, and we have to improve the internal capacities for European projects and for local teams. So very briefly, so we don't have much time, I would like to talk about the initiatives in circular economy. It is one of the priorities of the European Union, and they are legislating on this, and this is accelerated in many European members. So those are the plans that should be taken into account. And we have the action plan of circular economy. So this was adopted in March 2020, and it is the core with 35 actions, with law proposals in order to improve the efficacy of batteries or on the circularity of garments. So it should empower the consumer, it should focus on sectors with more circularity, agriculture, batteries, plastics, textiles, and circularity in the cities themselves. And second, there is the initiative of circular cities and regions. So this is a plan in order to improve the synergies, to disseminate the knowledge, and to give more visibility to the best practices. The initiative gives a financial support. We have 200 million euros foreseen in bids that will be done from Horizon Europe. So there was this bid that finished on the 13th of May. In order to be in a community, there will be an office for support and coordination. And we will have to be careful. We will see what are the territories selected. So we think that this will take place in July this year. And then we have to talk about those bids, and I would like to outline two that for us are very interesting for local entities, and we can submit proposals related to circular economy. So we have LIFE 2022 with a sub-program of circular economy and quality of life, and traditional projects, techniques or innovative methodologies. And the funding is up to 60%. The deadline is in October the 4th, 2022. And then the great package Horizon Europe that includes circular economy So mainly in cluster number 6, related to food, to economy, to natural resources, environment, agriculture. And there is a synergy with the cluster number 4, industry, and the cluster of climate. In 2022, there were bids that were important. So circular cities, 21 million euros in the program Horizon. And we will have to follow the work plan for 2023, 2024. So we hope that it will be launched after the summer. And last, so it is like an environment. What can we offer from the Diputación de Barcelona? I would like to explain in our office. So we have this international office, and we promote the facilitation to the municipalities the access to resources and European programs. GAWAN is a guideline. It is a website and we can see what the municipalities can do, and there are all the events related to European programs, and there is information, and of course there will be these projects for September, Manresa in September, and we give funding with our catalog of services, and the municipalities can fund a part of the preparation part of the projects, and we give technical support for those European projects, and we manage this from our technical services of the European office. We are working on publications for Life Horizon, and we are going to present them briefly. And the Diputación of Barcelona has an office in Brussels. It is a space that is at the disposal of all the municipalities in the of the province, and this can be a bridge for the partnership with other European projects, and you can have the information and the contact with other partners in Europe that are also represented in Brussels. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tony. We are a little bit late, so it's my turn. I am going to be very brief because we have already talked a lot, but I would like to repeat some things that are key for the new period of funding. So Tony also mentioned this, and in the review as well. So there were details about the new projects, and I would like to talk about some basic things. URBACT, at the end of the day, is a cooperation program at the territory level. We say that URBACT doesn't give a lot of money. Isabel Arnett talked about 100,000 euros by partner and by network. It is designed to pay consultancy or the events, but it has nothing to do with 5 million of Hesria. But I think that URBACT, well, it is more precious than money. Well, I need time, and I think that URBACT gives time to share, to think, to know other experiences. So this is developed through the exchange and transnational learning through the social media. capacity building of technical and political teams and the members of the local groups. So this was already mentioned before. And I think it is interesting, the fact that when some URBACT events or some trips, and when you visit other cities, etc., you have to invite the local agents to involve them so that they get acquainted with other realities. And we organize those events. We also want that those agents, not only the technicians, the politicians, assist. So this is related to the dissemination of the knowledge, of the results, and those team talked about this, but this is a work. URBACT is a pioneer in this task, and so we have this second stage of the UIA, and the cities that have participated in networks from URBACT, they already know those questions, networks. So this is the media coverage. Here we have some of the networks. We have issues related to blue economy with Mataró, Gijón as well with the citizen card, Esplugas as well. They were talking with public space and the design of public space, Viladecans. I haven't seen them here, but yes, they are leading the network of education, innovation. So there are things related to food, for instance. Yes, capacity building. There are some tools that are being developed in the current framework. So the urban toolbox and the hubs, all the results that are being worked at the level of networks, they are at the disposal of everyone. So this procurement, gender equality, and I don't know if I am forgetting something. So there is a huge number of tools. So there are the summer universities. So there is this organization by URBAC and all the dissemination, including national urban points. So this is the link between Europe and the local entities. But I think that there is something important. I already mentioned this, but it will be key. It was key over this period. And it has to do with the need of developing the plans or the integral urban strategies. So this already occurred for the EDUCIN over the last period. So it was a good starting point. And there was URBACT with this method that I am going to explain. And today, all this has more importance for the urban planning that is going to be key. We have here ministry here for transport and urban planning. And this will be the ideal framework in order to develop integrated strategies. And there will be a requirement when you have to access to European funding. But I have to say that we have urban agendas and all the methodology of urban agendas. URBACT has a method and they develop the integrated strategy. So they have this integrated vision to focus the problems from a holistic perspective, talking about social, environmental, human topics, all the citizens' participation, and then the exchange at the transnational level. Those are the three pillars that confirm the sustainable development. I am not going to be very long, but I think it is very important because sometimes we talk about innovation, sustainability. Integrality is defined by URBACT very well. So there are 5 dimensions to this concept. When we talk about integrality, it is not only to integrate the policies through strategies. We are not going only to mention horizontal participation. The vertical integration or multi-level. Today, we have a very good example of this. We align our policies from the social basis. And of course, there is a convergence with the local level. And another question that has already been mentioned, the cooperation at the territory level with other partners. So this will be very important, and to be able to combine the investments from the federal and other funders from the European Social Fund, this idea of funding from different sources. We will have to see if this is accepted, if they have different lines of funding. We are not going in the details. So in this method, of course, there is a toolkit with the 4 stages: the analysis of problems, the action plan, resources, implementation, and the assessment. And we have the participation of the actors and sharing the tools. So we have the different methodologies. If we haven't started, this is a good step, not only to enter Europe. So this is a door to Europe. We have given examples. So after that, we could have access to more powerful projects. So this is the university that was mentioned, but this is as well practical field to get practice. And then you have this in smaller municipalities, but as well the Diputación de Barcelona has published this guideline of integrated planning, and it can be interesting for the municipalities that want to start this road. So I think, yes, you weren't too long. Thank you very much, John. So perhaps there are people from their homes, they are following this event. So everything was very well explained. So we have Beatriz online. We are going to give her the floor. We have been talking here. So Beatriz Postigo in the General Direction for European Funds. Thank you very much. Beatriz, you can start your presentation. Thank you. Thank you to Gavà municipality. Thank you to the Ministry of Finance. I think that we can share the screen. We are going to be very brief. I think that we are late. We can see you on 2 screens. I don't know if this is correct. Yes, they are
Yes, we
saying
can
that this
see
is
it correctly. Thank you, Beatriz. Yes. Okay, it seems to be fixed while I share my screen. Otherwise, tell me. Well, thank you. Thanks for having us on board. I want to make a balance of this financial framework. I appreciated Anthony's talk because he talked about the European funds, the multi-annual financial framework 21-27. We are in a period where there are several European funds with local entities, and in fact there are plenty of options to access the project, to back the projects. We're going to talk about the future, the general lines of this multi-annual financial framework, so that you know where we are and the organic structure of the Ministry of the Treasury of Spain. We are the Secretaría General de Fondos Europeos, which has been created. It was on a general direction of European funds, and in particular, we are at the Subdirección General de Desarrollo Urbano. We are in charge of managing the sustainable development of the Fondo Europeo de Desarrollo Regional, depending on the Dirección General de Fondos del Ministerio de Urban Development, the federal part that we developed in the last years. These multi-annual frameworks have the N+3 rule. So there is a margin of 3 years to execute the project. There are some local entities that perfectly know this frame, and we are within this period of N+3. We will be able to develop this period 14-20 until the year 23. The UCIS model was an integrated model. Those who were the beneficiaries of these strategies, they were required to do work of perspective about the future cities in the coming 10 years. So from this strategy, including several aspects such as tourism, environmental, social, etc. And from the diagnosis shared with the citizenship of the municipality, we could have a strategic plan financed by federal funds to finance these projects and operations. This is one of the keys that we had during the previous period. That's the need, this integrated perspective and this long-term perspective. I'd like to know about all this financing period. The one of the ministry is need to plan on the long term, so the municipality or the long entity have this planning program. This administrative organization, which had to be transferred to local entities, brought some lights and shadows. We are aware of this, and we are doing an assessment and a joint reflection with local entities. We have to simplify the management and bureaucratic model of these funds. When it is transferred to a local structure, which is already overloaded with the replacement of human resources and so on, this management structure is not efficient sometimes, and there are some complexities to execute European funds. Therefore, one of the main action lines we are working with is the need to adapt the management model to the size of the city as well as the municipal reality. That means simplifying the management model to absorb most of the European funds for the next period. Within this model that we told you about, and you might know about it much better, there were three calls, 16, 17, and 2018. 173 entities were selected, and we had some success stories with Diputaciones Provinciales. The territorial cohesion has to do with the Diputación Provincial, with this assistance to municipalities, as our colleague said, not only for financial and but technical assistance, and we want to reinforce this role for the upcoming period. And as said before, we have some success stories that overcome this municipal view. The EDUCIS, the urban strategies during this period, you have the data of 1.9 billion euros of expenses from a total with an aid of 1.3 billion euros. Well, regarding whether the regions are more or less developed, that is what levers the percentage of financing plans. The projects of these 133 strategies are ongoing, whether they are on the tender process or development process, and we have 10% of the expenses already executed. So these expenses are very low, but there is the time frame for 20 and 23. Most of the financing projects which have a broader deadline, they will be executed, and we will be able to see soon the results. With the urban development process that were too heavy for these executions, and this might not have been as successful as we would have liked it to. From the Ministry and the European Commission, we want to go to urban development model for the next period in which we will be able to palliate these deficiencies. As said, the best success stories are linked not to the capacitation, not the training, but of the administrations, but to a binomial that is the political and administrative commitment. When the two of them work, and when there is a project from the municipal corporation and the administration, they are convinced that they want it to be the city in the coming years that equivals to a success story. This has to do with the employees, the resources, time resources. The thing we lack the most is time sometimes, and this has to do with the commitment of the administrations. That's why I would underline the importance of the public political leadership in these projects so they can be executed. The urban politics, the urban policies have a good context. We've talked about the multi-annual financial framework. We are going to see where we are right now for this program, which will be launched next year. And as you said before, we are cohabiting with this resilience and development and after COVID process. There are also other components which have financing for local entities. In addition, we have to take into account national strategies towards demography. That is one of the priority lines to finance projects that compensate these dépeuplement projects, as well as the rise of rental prices. So this demographic challenge is one of the strategic lines for the period. And the urban agenda framework, as we said, this long-term planning by local entities, most of them have done this. They have this reference framework, that's the Spanish urban framework for Spain, and I think it is a good example. It is not the only one document that we are going to use, but it can be a reference to take into account this long-term planning we were talking about. Period 21-27, after this assessment of the 14-20 period, the common rules of European funds and FEDER, they say that 8% of FEDER at the national level has to be devoted to urban development. The political objectives, they are 5. They correspond more or less to the subject objectives. Europe closer to its citizens. Spain, in addition, has decided that 8% of this federal will be assumed from the national plan, development plan. So we will follow from here all the goals that will put about 1.8 billion euros. So this will be within this program with no prejudice that each regional plan can program within these political objectives. The region categories, some have changed, the percentages of co-funding have raised or decreased regarding the classifications of the EU, and it is important to situate ourselves. Presently, there are two main documents that have to be signed with the EU to manage all this system management, and we focus on the federal from urban development, the Acuerdo de Asociación, Association Program, and operational programs. We are debating with the Commission to present the agreement of association, that's the strategic planning, long-term strategic plan. The member state commits with the Commission to select some political objects as well as long-term targets, and afterwards, during the following period, we will agree with the Commission upon the programs. We have managed from the Dirección General de Fondos Europeos a process of consultation of the partnership through the urban network of initiatives. In fact, the Diputación also took part in this process through some forms through which we wanted to know which are the main references of local entities to adapt this management model and to try to be a success case in the following period. And finally, you were saying during the previous conference which should be the recommendations to take into account to plan the resources. Clearly, the first one is this long-term planning. Local entities, whatever they are, they have to They have to be based on an integrated strategy, a local plan to draw the big development lines for the coming period. The political and technical involvement is very important. The success stories that we had obey not to the administrative training, but to the involvement of politics, and this has to be transferred to the technical staff. And thirdly, we can see it from our position. We have to strengthen the human teams because they are an opportunity to promote a change in our cities, and we need the technical staff who can absorb and manage this period that we have in front of us, which is rather interesting and that opens financing lines to modify and improve our cities. That was all from my side. Thank you very much for having us and for putting us on board. You have the most difficult role after a whole morning when we are a bit tired after listening to many things. Someone told me that you don't have a written presentation, so let's wake up now. Thank you very much. We trust you. Well, thank you very much. I love to be the last obstacle between you, this long session, and your lunch. I will try to be very brief. First of all, I want to congratulate the Gavà City Council for organizing this conference and for having achieved and managed this project. It is not that easy. Also, congratulations to the Mataró City Council, which is part of this initiative. I am happy to share this table with John and Tony. We've been working for years. Very happy to be here. And also Belén. Well, you were referring to Beatriz, Belén. Well, Beatriz, okay, sorry. Well, to the point. First of all, I come from the metropolitan area of Barcelona, which is an institution. It's a local government which is part of the territorial institutional context of Catalonia. It is an institution approved by the law of the parliament. It's a local government with specific competencies in territory planning, infrastructure, water management and waste management, and transport and mobility. It is unique in Spain. So when we talk of Spain, when we talk of Catalonia, we have to understand that there is a local government that plays this role. Having said that, from the metropolitan area, we are managing several European funds. Presently, we mobilize more or less projects by a value of 140 million euros. That means 108 million euros, which are being managed within the territory. That means the municipalities, Sardañola, Barcelona, Gavà, Cornellà. These projects have an impact on the territory. We are working on 64 projects, many of whom have been shown by Tony in his presentation. 48 out of these are not included in the next generation or structural funds. Well, John, the metropolitan area is managing an URBACT project. You didn't remember it. No, I was a bit joking, but just to mention it, but also tell you that 7th and 8th July, we will have the final meeting of this project in Barcelona, in one of the municipalities. Some considerations. We are in a key moment, unique in history. We never had that amount of funds, but there is a huge preoccupation. Are we going to be able to absorb these funds, in particular with the next generation funds? Due to the complexity, we have the cohesion policy, as well as funds linked to the European projects, just mentioned by Tony. So, big worry, our capacity to absorb, to get and to deserve these funds. Second challenge, all these funds will be about energy transition and digital transition in great lines. So we will have to be able to have strategies, projects, and decide where, in which place we situate, we put each of these projects. Secondly, also worrying, we have all the pack of next generation, but all the cohesion policy that our colleague from the ministry explained. We are particularly worried by the fact that we are at the end, well, in the mid of the second year of a program 2022, when we do not have still these programs. And we are also worried, it is true, as Belén said, no, Beatriz, sorry, we are also worried because some programs have been shaped. It is true that there were some consultations. We also contributed, but we have a real space with local governments to know which are the priorities where we do have the problems, and this happens with the ministry, and it also happens in Catalonia with the Generalitat.
Llegamos a última hora, como siempre, y cuando está todo muy decidido.
So we arrive at the last minute, and I would like to subscribe what our colleagues said. So we mentioned the political leadership in order to manage those European projects. So we need human resources and financial resources, because sometimes we have to anticipate the funders, and all the administrations cannot do it because there are controls later, or sometimes they are paid 2 years later. So here we have to generate synergies. We are doing this, but as well with other projects to the metropolitan area. We have to work with other stakeholders. It is difficult for us still, and we have to work with other municipalities. Sometimes we don't know what another municipality is preparing. So I make a call here for cooperation between municipalities, and you have to work with for over a certain period of time, because the results are not quick. So all the results are mid and long term. All this, I will conclude, we are doing this because we have a strategy as an institution. We have projects, we don't invent them, because at the international level, we have a strategy 21-25, where all the knowledge about innovation is core to the strategy. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you for being so brief. I would like to open round of. I think that we are all tired, but it is a good opportunity. Yes, if you allow me, I would like to welcome the role of the metropolitan area as a supra-municipal entity. We have followed the development of the project because it is the only network grouping European entities, and I would like to reivindicate this. So we have small municipalities and we have metropolitan entities with 3 million inhabitants. And in this sense, I would like to outline again. So there is a method, so there is an urban agenda, but there is this need to think about integrated strategies at the local level with the horizon on 27 or 2030. And we have to start right now. This is the only way to obtain results, to obtain funding, and the cities that are more committed, they are getting those results. So Gavà started with this a few years ago, and we, as Gavà, we have Viladecans, Mataró, of course. There is a series of cities who saw this, and political leadership is key, because those are integrated strategies, and this is it will allow for new ways of working in the municipalities. So because there are very secluded areas, and we have to work between departments and between areas. If I could add something at one, the size is not important. In our case, we are talking about the metropolitan area, but we're working with Barberà, Cerdanyola, Montcada, Ripollet, 4 municipalities. So those are projects of metropolitan scale, but they are done on the territory. So in another project, URBACT, it was very difficult for Barbara to participate. And thanks to a project, so there was a strategic plan. It was Reimagine Badia. Badia has been neglected over the years with many structural problems. So thanks to urban, they could be empowered. So this is essential, because if we have to see where there are most needs, sometimes it is in the smallest places with less resources. And if they don't have access to funding to change their inertia, so it wouldn't be useful. Thank you very much for your presence here, not only physical, but you are here with contributions. And I would like to close those seminar. So I had the honor to present this. I would like to thank Gavà municipality for their work, for their commitment. Now, we don't know what is true or what is untrue, but thank you very much for your commitment and of this need of gathering. I think it is very clear things can change. Thank you very much to you all. We are going to close now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the delay. I would like to invite the mayor of Gavà, Gemma Badia, to close this seminar. Thank you very much, and see you next year. Well, we opened the seminar yesterday. Today we are closing. I think those were 2 intense days and very fruitful, because the projects that have been presented yesterday, I had the opportunity to listen to some of them. And now I was listening to the topic of funding. We should be aware of the possibilities of funding and all the work, the capacity of real funding in a public authority. I think it was very interesting when we will talk about this cooperation between areas. It is mandatory in order to manage all those needs. And everybody was thanking the Gavà municipality. And of course, we are very proud. We have been working on these projects. So this is the 5th edition. We are longing for the next one. Of course, it is important to be leaders, but the most important is not being leaders. The most important thing is participation, to learn from things, from those experiences, and there were many. They are tangible. For me, this is the word that defines this 5th edition. I do believe in tangibility, and this is why we were here. We explained every one of the experiences, and for next year, I hope that these experiences will be more numerous and they will be better. So, and the fabric of the citizens will benefit the measures. So these can come of the circular economy through competitivity, because otherwise they cannot exist one without the other. So we have an economic reality, and we are in a society where if there is no competitivity, that we won't have a good performance. And here we are talking about sustainable performance. And I would like to close this session today with what we have to value. This is about 10 items, summing up those 2 days in 2022. I think that for next year, the good thing would be not only to maintain it, but to increase it. And I would like some of the projects to be obsolete. Yes, I am an optimist. It is true. So we are not going here to cheat, but this would be the will. And if we allow us, I am going to read those 10 items. I think it is important to focus on this, because this is the fruit, the result of the seminar, and it will be the basis for the next edition. And it is the way of making tangible circular economy with actions that will give rise to a real change. We have to create networks of cooperation and to attract funding, and we have to work together, all the sectors, public and private. I think that today you talked about the 4 axes, 4 L's, and I think that the collaboration is a must in order to carry out all these points. We have to reduce emissions, but we have to implement actions from R+D. And then we have to work on the green transformation, as in the case of Seville or of Manchester. And we need to have specific objectives. The municipalities have to apply policies about economic with tax incentives. We have to act in the first stage of the cycle of the product. So this is the first stage with a footprint. We have to act on the problem in all the sectors, in all. They cannot stay outside. The waste is already resources, and we won't distinguish them from raw material. We will see when this will happen, but this is the aim. So with the maximum profit and zero waste. So we have to evolve to circularity and to decrease the tensions. And then the transition is not an ideology, it is a need, and it is a logical one. This is the best sentence summarizing here those 10 topics, and I think it should be one of the titles of the seminar. I hope that next year, well, I cannot promise anything, but we want them to be more productive. We will have more participants, we will have more experiences. And yes, at the end of the day, year after year, we will convey this to the citizen, but we have to take this further. Thank you.